Trying to get this camera in here a little bit better. Alrighty. Well, good evening, guys. Sorry I didn't get out here a little sooner. Ran into some issues with the furnace that I had to fix. But anyhow, we're back. So figured we'd get started and talk a little bit about this before we actually start pulling all the pieces and parts we need for it. Good evening, Warren. All right, so grab some transistors. Should have matched out of the match set. All right. There we go. Anyways, I got to playing around and thinking. I mean, we talked the other day about doing like candy apple red for Christmas. Of course, I need to get out here a little bit like that. Anyway, so we've got our nice, pretty candy apple red. But while I seen this, I also seen real pretty candied yellow that I thought would look good too. That way we could actually choose if we wanted to do John Deere green or if we wanted to do the red and green for Christmas. So I figured I'd give a couple of you guys opportunity to chime in which one you think you'd like to have in it. Like I said, we're going to get this set up. We'll be talking a little bit this evening and trying to figure out, that way I can get it hopefully posted yet tonight. We need to talk about how we're going to determine a winner. So that's something that I, like I said, wanted to talk to you guys about and see. See my screen here in the background. I've actually got the camera in a little bit different location than what I normally have it at. So trying something new. So with new camera feature that I've got, we're going to be able to get all of our meters. I think we're going to be able to get all of our meters in one shot when it comes down to it. So that's one of the things that, like I said, was wanting to really and truly get done. Still trying to fight with this and get it all just so. But anyhow. Let's see if we can get in here just a little bit more. All right. Like I said, it's going to take me a little bit to kind of get used to this because today's the first day that I've been playing with the new one. Well, good morning, 3:57. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year coming up to you as well, mister. But like I said, trying to figure out, like I said, I'm going to start pulling some pieces and parts while we're going through and chit-chatting. Like I said, we've got a few people in here. I'd like to get you involved here a little bit, since this is going to be an amplifier that you never know one of you might wind up with. So choices. Well, good evening, Lewis. Always glad to see you guys pop in. Okay. Just trying to get some of the stuff here out of the way, and I'll grab some more transformers here for the input. Like I said, I'd have been out here, guys, at least another half hour sooner, but what was supposed to have only been a 10-minute fix on the furnace took about an hour. Okay, some notes out here. So we're starting to pull pieces and parts, and we'll start putting together here just shortly. But again, like I said, I'd like to get some of you guys in here as far as some feedback. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth with people. Hopefully my phone don't start doing too much of that. Reply to this one message here real quick. And I'm gonna turn the ringer down too. That way it's not too loud. This is one of those I need to order some more of this particular value. I've got all kinds on hand. Okay, those two are within a half puff of each other. I like to get something just a hair on the higher side. That way we can get all the power that we can out of this. even if they're a little out of regular spec, we can still use them just in different areas in different areas. Okay. Use those. Well, I looked down for just a minute or two, and now we've got all kinds of people chatting. Let's see. Well, I'm glad you did pop in. Let's see, Chris and Candace. Good evening. No BBI call yet. Hello, bud man. Yeah, speaking of CPUs, and that's really where a lot of this has been going as far as technology in relationship to that. Let me grab that. All right. It's called Arctic Silver. At this point, I would say that's probably going to be your best as far as overall in your thermal compound. There's a couple other brands that are in the same realm, but this is like $30 a tube, guys. But it is really good stuff. I've used this on numerous different things. I got another brand that I like just as good that I use most of the time. This, because of how expensive it is, I do this upon request. So bear that in mind. Yeah, that's basically what it is, to a certain extent. It actually, it does help as far as draw out the heat out of the circuitry itself or off the transistor. There's a couple of different things, especially here in this world, which I know you can do that depending on the type of CPU that you use and your heat sink it is, which is actually polish up the heat sink. So that's something that's actually one of those that you can keep in mind if you're trying to just that last little bit of cooling factor. Speaking of which, granted, it's not really necessary for the build that we're going to do because of the amount of heat that this is going to generate. But you're going to see like right in here, same thing over here where I've already got the heatsink compound. But I do like to try to polish the metal right here where the transistor is actually going to set. Again, trying to allow for all the thermal conductivity that we can as far as to draw the heat out of the part itself as quickly as possible. Now you go into some of the Comptune situations, you'll actually see a copper spreader being laid across that. I do have one of those coming up later on this spring that we're going to be putting together as far as on a build, but for the most part, just the standard aluminum does more than enough. Okay. Answer this question here real quick. It was actually one of my moderators, otherwise I wouldn't have answered it. So But anyways, yeah, let's kind of get started here. But while I'm getting some of the transformers and stuff ready and pulling parts, come on, focus. I don't know why sometimes I think it'll focus great. At least it looks blurry to me on the screen. Come on. But anyhow, like I said, you've already seen the case. I'll set that up here again. Hopefully you guys will chime in. Top back out. Oops. For the money, these are very, very good for what they are. I've got about 2 different versions, actually 3, depending on what uses that I use it for. That one works great for just general capacitance. For some of your higher inductance coils, it actually works reasonably well as well. Now there's a ton of different variations on the market right now, for those that are starting out. But you don't have to spend $1,500 to $2,000 to be able to match, and that's really all we're doing is we're just using relative numbers, that coincide with each other when we put this stuff together. Because you're tuning around the circuit anyways, or around the transistors, I should say. Well, but man, if you like the green, like I said, it's John Deere green that we've got here. Like I said, we've got 2 different colored boards. Like I said, I figured I'd give that a go and see which one you guys would rather have inside that, because that's what we're going to start with as soon as I get these parts taken care of here. Yeah, I already can tell I'm going to have to change that tip out because of what I was working on the last time. I do not need an extended conical tip for this. More of a chisel type. Good evening, Daniel. Let's see, get that. Let's go ahead and grab a relay. use that. Well, good evening, Tracy. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Oh, my eyes are a little dim, but wow. So, how many of you guys have got your Christmas shopping already done for this year? For either your significant other, your kids, or just for you and the beloved pet? No, I haven't had anybody order. I mean, I've had some people that are down in Jamaica that I've done some radios for. It's been a few years back, but I have had that. But I would like to see something go down to the down under. By the way, what? Oh, you just got the wipes to go, huh? I'm sorry to hear that, Tracy. I lost my mom here about 8 years ago, and this time of the year I get kind of blue because of that. And then, my beloved fur baby, she passed away here. What? 3 or 4 days after Thanksgiving. Okay. That sure does not look right on my notes. Bear with me here. I'm going to look that up because I have, I think, an error wrote down. I've got a reason why I've got that particular value selected. Now we've all got a Bible basically to go off of as far as most of this stuff I do pretty much by memory. This is what I had the most extras of. That's part of the reason why yeah, okay. That looks a little bit closer. anyhow, yeah, most of us have got some kind of a Bible that we keep as far as whenever we come up with the different combinations, for the amplifiers. Um, so I mean, it kind of makes a difference as far as being able to lay it out and make sure that everything stays the same. I may go down to a smaller relay than what this one is. It's just I really want to use a 3-pole for the biasing setup. Since we're not adding this in, it's already here in the middle or in the midst of being created. So I may just have to use a 10 amp relay and then just use a secondary. All right. And let's grab the other ones. Okay. Those I think I've already got some matched. And I've got some of these trays that I've got set up where I went through already ahead of time. I've pre-matched different ones, so they go in different areas based on what the capacitance is. So makes life a little easier. I've got 2 or 3 of them. Again, based on what we're doing, so should be for the other value. Nope. Okay. So I already cut that one. Yeah, I've actually bought a few of these and was asked to try them, so I ordered about a half a dozen of each just to see. Well, thank you, Tracy. But anyhow, now these are actually sawed. They're not actually sawn all the way through, but they do have their cut line in the center, and at the bottom they're notched, even though they're not notched. So, like I said, it's not a necessity, but a little bit heavier phenolic. It's the same, same ferrite mix as far as that we're using. So, what I've seen so far, they've been pretty decent, and they're being sold at a reasonable price too. So that makes all the difference in the world. On occasions, because where these are soldered, and it doesn't matter what brand I've seen, it still happens from time to time where when they go to do the final assembly, you get a little bit of extra solder that gets down in the holes and makes it a little rough. So I've got what they call a shipyard reamer. It's a small one. I think it's an 1/8 by half. I think it's like a 0 as far as on the taper. It's either the 0 or it's a 1%. It's been so long since I've looked at them in regards to that. But we just want to make sure we got all that gunk out of them. Art, what in the world are you doing down in Virginia? You're supposed to be up in New Jersey. Double check this one. There we go. Just move that off onto the floor because I'll clean that up later when we sweep the shop. All right, guys, pick a color. Oh, you did get moved. Well, I know you've been talking about that for about 2 years. I didn't know that you'd already made the move. Good evening, John. Like I said, we've got a lot of conversation, but nobody's talking about this. Red or green? Both of them are a candy color. You vote yellow. Well, at least I've got a vote. Let's see if we get any more. Red. Okay, so we got 1 and 1. Who's going to be the tiebreaker? Yellow, red, red. Well, the red may have it. Yep. It's almost an even one, but all right, guys, we'll go ahead and do the red. I'll set the yellow one off. We'll use this for another time. Alrighty. Yeah, on the quest of looking for. You missed it. Well, we voted. We wind up deciding on red. So, yeah. But anyways, speaking of yellow, ironically, so we are going to have a little bit of yellow in there. I've been hunting for better relays. I think I have found something. These actually are kind of costly. They're I think $9.50 a piece, unless I buy like 50 at a time. But from what I've seen, these really do seem to hold up a lot better. We don't have some of the same issues. So, you know, this is, I think, the direction I'm going to go is starting to use these, you know, and get away from some of the ones that everybody's been doing from China. Omron does have some decent relays, but, you know, I've been trying to find something that's the same size, characteristically wise. You know, I like using the big 30 amp, which are actually more economical. But you can't fit a 30 amp everywhere. So that's the main reason why I've been on the quest of trying to find a replacement for the 10 amp relays. So, you know, I'm not really concerned about the cost. I'm just tired of seeing relays that don't actually work. What's up, kiddo?
I was going to see later after you're done with your vlog if you will pull 200 out of my saving thing, and I'll just pay myself back so I know I have money for my date tomorrow.
You just got paid.
No, I didn't. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. A little small fucking check.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. I like that, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what we're going to use today. So, all right. I'll get with you later on, kiddo.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All righty. I'll tell you, that was aggravating as all get out. I know that it's that time of year where, you we don't have any problems. I've actually used my furnace several different times already, but the other day the pilot, for whatever reason, just started kicking out, which during this time of the weather or time of the year, that is not the time to have the right type of furnace, or have a furnace that's not working anyways, I should say. But anyhow, so we got that taken care of, thankfully. Should have been like a 10-minute fix, and it wasn't. So I figured out 9:30. Yeah, we'll be done. No. Oh, you just now did. All right, Kenny. Well, at least you are here, big guy. That's all that matters. Okay. Now let me get some screws for those. We'll get these all seated, and then we'll go back and tighten up our 4 screws. Since I had everything apart, we have to make sure everything lines up around the transistors. I don't know if you guys are liking the new angle or not, but like I said, I'm trying something different. I got a little mini lathe out in the garage that I bought earlier this summer, and I made me a little adapto piece for the camera. And this time it paid off. Now, if I can ever get the rest of the shop here cleaned out, which this spring, if I get a chance, I'm going to try to get an outdoor storage unit. That way I can move some stuff around from the garage and move the stuff around in here and hopefully increase where I put all my excess stock. Once I get the outside unit built, I'm going to come back and see if I can't do a small add-on to the side of the shop here. That way I can take extra cases and all that other good stuff that's sitting around in the spare room in the house, put them out there. Okay, there's that part. Now, somewhere. And something else for everybody. Granted, I've got a little cutter that I use for this, but 2, 3, 4. But the individual that sold me the transformers we're using tonight is having pill strips already made with the cutouts on it. He said something about changing the width of it, and if he does, I probably won't buy any more because he's wanting to make it smaller. I prefer the width that it is. That way, if you have issues as far as, I shouldn't say issues, but rather whenever it gets to the point where these get overlaid with solder, usually you wind up with a small pool off of both sides of the flux that comes off of it. And it's easier to go ahead and just pop it off, and that way you're less likely to have any kind of an issue. So,
Sorry, I'm having trouble. Please try in a little while.
all right, we're going to mute Alexa. That way we don't have her popping in here. Yeah, he said something about doing that. I've got actually a couple different things that I'm going to send him for Christmas. I've got that to pack, and then I've got your stuff that I've also got to get done. I got to get it all packed up as well. That way we can get a price and I can get with you. Like I said, work has been absolute madhouse. But I have still got to finish up with your stuff, which I will probably do that tomorrow or tonight, I mean, and then give you a call tomorrow. That way we can go ahead and figure out what our game plan is for Christmas. I would like to see you get your play toys for Christmas. Putting just a dab. Doesn't need much, just enough to kind of help hold it in place. I mean, I know why people don't do it, so that it makes it easier if you have to replace the pill strips, but generally, when you do need to replace those, if you don't use a whole lot, and I actually use a very, very cheap super glue for this purpose, oftentimes you can just take a small screwdriver once you remove your transistors and just give it a bump and it'll pop right off for easier replacement. Well, he sent me pictures of one kind of like what he said he's sending me, but I haven't seen it yet. I figure I will before Christmas. I've got this. I don't think 3's popped in, but I've got this that I'm going to be sending 3 because he said he was going to try to, if he had a decent webcam, he would go ahead and try to do some live feeds. Granted, I know he's not feeling up to it tonight. I've already sent him a message and I haven't got a reply, so say he's in bed sleeping since he's down with that COVID. Just roll those down a little bit. Okay. These off of here. There we go. Yeah, I've taken out and I laid a piece of tape underneath here so that we could go ahead and get a good grounding bond going on. The paint's thin enough since it's mostly translucent, where heating it up will actually burn through it. So that's what we're looking for, just to see that wick up underneath there. I don't know, Art, as far as what's going on in DC right now. That is something I do not know, buddy. All right, now that I got that out of the way. Anytime you're going over a painted surface with tape, believe it or not, the best thing you can do is actually take the tape and set it on your blue jeans, rub it back and forth 2 or 3 times. That way it's got just a light tack. But it will pick up little bits and fragments of your blue jeans. Keep things looking real nice. All right. Get this one tacked in place, and then we'll go back and get all of our good solder and stuff going on. Love your Trump meds. Well, good evening, Three. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is I was going to ask you, how's your mom doing? I was going to try to give you a call earlier today, and oh, busy, busy, busy. Of course, my daughter got me roped into one of her little projects. We had to replace the thermostat in her Blazer. Now she's saying it's pulling to the, I think she says pulling to the right. I figure I let it set too long. It probably is going to need a replacement caliper. Yeah. Hopefully everything will work out here. I know it's kind of rough. So they're looting and burning the place down. Mark, do both. Both sides of what? I don't know if I know what you're talking about, John. You've lost me. Sides of what? The transformer? Yeah, I'll say if that's what you're referring to. They're already soldered all the way across. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I ran into that situation too. Yep, I've ran into that too. Where if you replace one, you might as well replace them both. And as old as it is, truthfully, that would definitely be the good thing to do, or the better thing to do in relationship to that. Let's see here. Where are they at? Yeah, I've ran into that before too. You know, I've had to do that. I think everybody's ran into that too, where you don't have the money to do both of them. You just do the one, and then it's pretty much guaranteed within 2 weeks. Sometimes you can get by a month. Yeah, like I said, I've I've ran into that situation before too. If you don't replace them both. Yeah, I got a feeling I'm going to wind up having to do that to my truck too, because I haven't drove my truck but maybe 3 times all year. Because I know it was trying to stick on me here the other day whenever I drove it to town. Yes, it is a 2290 box 3. That's the reason why we're using the 1-inch transformers. I know of guys that have built them with 1-inch. I mean, it's not just Texas Star, but I know of other people that that's what they build with, is just 1-inch transformers. Which, I mean, if you change and do enough windings and change your capacity. Okay. Don't know what that was all about. Crazy, because I was burning up earlier. Anyways, as I started to say, I was burning up earlier and I turned the heat way down, and now I'm not turning the heat back up. Part of that has to do with the fact that I've got the fan, exhaust fan running in here, so I know it's sucking the heat out too. Only way to go. Well, Tracy, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. The reason why is because I haven't really decided. I'm trying to get some ideas as far as maybe a better, a good method as far as to try. I'm either, are you part of my Facebook page? Send through me $10 for each entry. Only if he splits it with me. No, but no. As far as that goes, I'm trying to figure out an easy way where it's not going to take me like 6 hours to type in 10 billion names or something. I'm trying to get more people that's involved in or on Facebook over here on the YouTube and vice versa. I've got roughly about 1,500 people that are on my Facebook page, which I'd love to see the YouTube numbers go up to that. I know one year here, back whenever I first went ahead and decided to go all out and set up a specific YouTube channel for the amps and radios and what have you here about 5 years ago. What I actually did was set it up to where I had people that were in the Facebook page, if they put their, I'm trying to think here. If they selected and posted it in the comments as far as with YouTube, they would be entered in to it, which, I gained a few, roughly about 50 members that 1 year. So not as many as I'd like to, but either way, it's still a win. But with having the 1,500 that are on Facebook, I really expected, to have a little bit more activity with everybody. But each year, I've tried to do something just a little different as far as in order to enter to win. So that's what I've been trying to think. I know 1 year we did just names. 1 year it was guess a number, and then I put it into one of those number generators. And I'm probably going to do something like that again. But like I said, just trying to get some new ideas. It's just like I was absolutely thrilled. I had a conversation. I know a couple of you know that Luke's popped in here from time to time as far as on my live feed. And, I put him on the phone. But it was really interesting, and I was very honored with a phone call back from him here the other day. We got to talking, and just had to do with a particular comment that he had made as far as that goes. So, like I said, I was very honored with him as far as in regards to the conversation. Unfortunately, I can't really go into any further details at this time. I wish I could. But it will come to pass eventually. Come on, baby. It's the only thing about painted boards is it takes a little longer. Well, hello, Charles. I see you popped in. Really? You can't go live until you hit 1,000 people? Why is that? I mean, I've only got just a little over 500. I mean, I've gained a few here in the last week, but that's odd. I know you can't do it as far as on your cell phone. If you use the laptop or your home computer, you can. But now, if it's an IP address that is related to your phone, no, that is not something that you can do. I kind of wish I had enough people to make that come true, because I would like to do some live feeds whenever I'm out and about and not just here in the shop. Unfortunately, I have to have a few more people, and I have to have a little more watch time. It's usually right around Christmas time because of the giveaway. I usually get quite a few people that'll pop in here for the visit. So I really appreciate when you guys add a little commentary going back and forth and what have you, because it really helps, you know, as far as on the overall. It really does. Save that. So we might use that a little later. Okay. Granted, I'm still going to keep building on this before we actually put it in there. However, I want to do a fitment for my relay. Yeah, I need about 98 more people, I think, on mine. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. Actually, before I set that in there, do one more thing. Get a hold of the crazy thing. It's much easier to do it now than it is whenever I put it in there. Okay. Let me think here for just a second. The reason why is I'm reading. I don't have to. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Yep, I'm still good. Where did it go?
15,000 parts later.
There we go. Myself a little tab. Okay. Yeah, 3, I wish I could help you with that, big guy. I really do. I just have no idea what to offer you. Okay. Grab some ferrite bead here. These. Let's see here. Do-do-do-do-do. Right. Do-do-do-do. Alrighty. Let's see. What colors do we want to use? How about red for the or green for the input? You got a couple of boards that color? That's what we used. Since you just popped in there, 3, I've got another one I think you might like. Let me get it here out of the file cabinet. But it's candied yellow. You need a Corvette, huh? You and the Grand National. Now, I guess they used to using side cuts. I keep forgetting I've got a actual pair of wire strippers for stuff like this. Guess I've just had to do this along the other way. I've got green for the input. Or is the output? Well, I've got green for the input, and I can do yellow for the output. That's actually what I was thinking. I believe I've got enough yellow. Yellow is actually a very, very hard color, it seems like, to get a hold of. Seeing where Luke's got some neat things he's been working on. And that new mat, I thought that was pretty cool. Actually, I've been thinking of trying to use something like that as far as a silicone mat, because it would make life a lot easier. Oh, not much. What's going on, buddy? Worst part I hate about this time of year is the fact that I always want to munch. Because when it gets cold like this, I mean, what's better than sitting back and eating a bowl of popcorn or peanuts or homemade cookies, homemade cakes, homemade pies. So far this year, I actually haven't gained any weight for for the holidays. I hope that stays that way. All right. Come on, get over here. Go. Pretty as a picture. They had 4 of them. Send me the information, Art, and I'll see what I can do. Since they are a truck stop, I may be able to go ahead and order one and have it shipped to me. I know you've got my information. I'm actually kind of halfway surprised you didn't, or you haven't showed up yet. I know that sooner or later we'll have a knock on the door. There'll be this one burly looking guy that hasn't shaved in 6 months. Some little 4-cylinder show up on my doorstep. You know, I think with you being in Virginia, though, I think you're actually about the same drive now as what you would have been from New Jersey. I'll solder that resistor once I get everything all kind of lined out and set where I want it. I need to try to find another source where I can get some different colors again. I've got lots of black as far as for amplifiers. Sometimes it just amazes me, though, how much time we put into some of these. Of course, you've got other people that they build 3, 4, 5 of these a day, and they just whip them right in and whip them right out, which we could get to that point. Going into the near future, once I am caught up, because I am going to not take stuff in for a while after the first. And the reason why is I want to actually try and build a little bit of inventory to where if somebody would like to order an amp, I'll actually have some on hand. But I'm going to try to build a couple of amps and a couple of what I call nominal power supplies. I've got a few different things that are in the works right now, and depending on how they fall in place, here by the end of this year, we'll make a determination on how much inventory and all that other good stuff. All right, right here. All righty. Well, this is nearly the same equivalency there, Art. It's 2290s. 1446s are good. Don't get me wrong. And I've done a bunch over the years with those. But if I'm doing a 2-pill with 1446s, at least in the HG lineup, I'm happy with them. I'm not happy with them in a 4-pill configuration. That's where I like the 2290s better. And I know a lot of people like the 2290, even though it's not a super, high output amplifier. It's a really good overall amplifier, especially if you like talking sideband or even just a regular AM. That's part of the reason. It's part of the reason why we're doing this. I've had quite a few calls and requests for different things, and again, part of my problem is I don't have inventory stock. There's a lot of people that they want what they want, and they want it right now, and I understand that. And there are a lot of us that, don't mind to wait. But there's also a difference between having one specifically built for you versus, just buying one that's already pre-made. So, well, you could use something like this, Art. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I can get the others in there or not. Those 10 back. All right. There we go. Oh, Lord. Yep. Coffee doesn't sound too bad either. All right. Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm actually going to go grab some peanuts. That way I can take care of the rumble in my stomach here. So bear with me here. Be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. I just didn't want you guys to wind up with a stomach that's making more noise than I am. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Charles. That's what I ought to send you. Elf on the Shelf, yeah. I've thought about getting one of those stupid dolls just to do some of the crazy things I've seen other people do. I'll get some yellow for that. One more piece. And there we go. Yeah, I do have the chicken on the shelf. But there you go. Chicken took him. Right. Back one. Come on, crazy thing. Well, I hadn't heard anything about it. So, I don't know. Maybe. I know I'm not the fastest, but I don't know if it's a speed game or design or what's going on with it. But if you get some info, send me a message, whether it be text message or email, and I'll look into it. There's a couple different methods to making these combiners, but for some reason, more times than not, I keep going back to this same variation. AM Power wants to do a build off, huh? Well, like I said, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Unfortunately, I haven't stayed up to date as well as I would like to. But yeah, like I said, I'd take a look at it and see. Okay. Rewind this because apparently I've got one too many of something on one side, not enough on the other. You start out with equal lengths and you don't have equal lengths. There's a problem. Sometimes I get to gabbing and I don't think to count or double check myself. But when you go to look at the ends of the wires and you see that you're off by an inch, 16th or something like that, you don't usually worry about too much. But when you're off a good little chunk, it's time to go back and revisit and make sure where your mistakes are. There we go. All righty. Well, when was this that AM Power actually wanted to do this? Because, like I said, this is the first time I've heard of it. Like I said, you've got my interest peaked. There we go. Plug there. Section there just didn't quite get all the way through. Okay. So we got that made. Let's go ahead and put our 10 ohms up front here. And then we'll go ahead and wind that and start back into it. So do. All right, have to order some more. I'm getting low. Got a bunch in the 8 watt, but I don't have in the quarter. I didn't realize I was that low. Speaking of which, on the HGCs, I've got about 60 of them that I purchased here that came in yesterday or the day before that I'm going to be working off of. I've already built 2 amplifiers with the HGCs, and like I said, just kind of playing around with them a little bit. The circuit is different. I'll grant you that. But yeah, like I said, I'm just kind of curious on them. I'm just not quite sure what to think. I know there's guys out there that they have switched over to that's all they build with. But I guess it's like anything else too. The HGs a lot of us were very hesitant as far as out of the gate to just jump on the bandwagon, especially after dealing with the crap that we all had to deal with the DEI transistors. And somewhere, some way, somehow, I thought I had gotten rid of all the DEI stuff that I had here myself. And lo and behold, the other day, I came across one brand new DEI transistor. I couldn't tell you where that is now, because it's been a while back. But I was never so displeased with the output, as well as the fact that if you ran it barely above 14 or 14.2, it was not going to hold together. By no means. I mean, the one thing that I'll give them credit for as far as on the DEIs, I had good luck tuning them as far as tuning out the circuit. But like I said, the power just wasn't there, for what you're paying for. It was just crap. Yeah, the PP100s. During that series or during that quest with the PP100s, and I almost got sucked into that because of all the false claims. And once I had two different amplifiers walk in the door with the PP100s, and I got to see some of the characteristics and some of the pitfalls, some of the issues that they had. Granted, they did a little bit better on power, but it was just another wrapper of, it's just another DEI wrapper, basically. I think I had a total during that whole span. I think I had a total of four amplifiers that come across my workbench that actually had the PP100s. You're going to see if you can get 700 bird. Okay. Well, depends on how high voltage you put into a 3. That's going to be part of it. I mean, that's the biggest thing that I'm seeing with the C series is, if you run it at what I call a common denominator, as far as like a 14.5 volt, I'm not really seeing any major differences as far as power. Now you start going up to 15, 15.2, 15.4, they are producing more power. I don't quite know where the breaking limit is on those. But when you're looking at about $45 a transistor, it's kind of difficult to really get yourself to want to do that, I don't like the way that one looks. Cut that one just a hair short. Got to watch egging him on. He'll talk about Trump forever. All I know is that is a nasty spiel. In the fabric of time, as far as what everything's doing and where everything's going, all the things that have happened so far. Yeah, like I said, it definitely makes for an interesting situation, that's for sure. Not that I'm wanting to get into the middle of politics one way or the other, but I know with what I have seen with the media and with what I have read, I am actually more displeased about the judicial system, with the evidence that they've got. You think his fever's back, huh? 21 volts, huh? Christmas chicken. It would be a whole lot better if I go ahead and put down my power strip. Let me do that real quick. Let me grab a piece. Okay, and my cutters. Yeah, this is what I'm using. Maybe one of these days I'll get a Christmas present from 3. Speaking of which, 3, I got one of your presents right here, buddy. Told you I'd help you out on that. But I got you a camera that's going to go in your goodie bag. I'm waiting on one more thing to get here this week. Actually, before I ship off your package, I got some other stuff that I'm going to send you. So you've seen 700 bird at 21 volts using a 2-pill driver to drive a 2-pill. Well, one thing's for sure. She'll either go or she'll blow. All right. Well, we'll put that in there. Let's go ahead and get this set down in there. And before we do that, I've got to get this other cord wrapped and changed around a little bit as far as my USB cable. Oh, come on now. There we go. Anyways, yeah, I've got to change the way I've got my cabling wrapped over here for the camera. Like I said, I don't know if you guys like this view a little bit better versus on the other side of the workbench. You're almost, the way I've got the camera and everything set up, it's almost where you're over top of my shoulder, looking down into it. So, yeah. Like I said, I just figured I'd try something a little different view, and see how it works out. See what may or may not be in my way. Move this iron over a little bit. I don't know why that thing does that. Oh, 3. Second here. Was that with the 3-inch transformer? I don't know. Like I said, I know people are doing some different things with the HGCs. I haven't had a whole lot of time to do any real R&D with them myself, and that's one of the things that I'm wanting to actually kind of get into is a little bit of R&D this year and see potentially what we can do with some of this stuff too that's out. I haven't had much time to really practice or play with, some of the different circuits that are coming up, everything that people are building. So, like I said, I've got to just take time and figure out what all the hustle and bustle is with the new ones. I've been trying to kind of kick back and look and see what transposes with them. The big thing that I'm curious about, which I know Danny's ran them on several different accounts in relationship to the larger bills, the larger builds. But like I said, I'm just kind of curious as far as whenever you go into, 8 or a 16 pill, essentially what what we can expect out of those. Not just the numbers, but the longevity of it. I've got one over here right now that I'll be working on tomorrow. I got to go in and get into the safe and get the transistors out because I don't like keeping that many out here. And then I'll get some out of the safe tomorrow, bring them out here for the 48 pill. We're going to be working on that tomorrow. But tonight, the only thing we're concerned with is the Christmas giveaway. Oh, in case you guys were wondering, I was wrapping this with solder. Granted, it's a piece of solder that's wrapped with a piece of solder. The reason why, and you'll see me do that several different times here and there along the way. The reason why is the solder that I actually put on there actually is a silver bearing solder. So most of the time I'll do that as far as like on a pill strip that's got, or power strip rather. You'll see that, and in different instances as far as with the board itself. I used to build all my builds specifically with that. Unfortunately, it started getting really expensive because that stuff's $105 a pound, for the solder. So I use it quite sparingly, and it added a lot extra to the build itself. And a lot of people, they see that everything's soldered, but they don't really get the fact that there's solder and then there's solder. You've got multiple different variations. You've got 60-40, you've got 63-37, you've got silver bearing solder, you've got low temp solder, you got high temp solder. But you've got all these different variations of different types of solder, and it really changes as far as on the attributes of building an amplifier whenever you look at the physical cost. Because I mean, it's not really unheard of to use on like an 8-peel, for example. You could use up to a quarter pound of solder by the time you go from point A to point B throughout the entire build. So, like I said, that gets pretty expensive, and you have to figure that cost into it. Mono band 4-peel, 1400 bird. Yeah. That's another thing too. Speaking of which, as far as the lengths of the transformers, from some of the other builders that I've spoke to, I mean, they've kind of given me as far as what they have seen, and there's a lot of them that are using, 2 or 2.5 inch transformers on those. Again, I'm not sure, which method would be the best on those. I know Danny, he's still plugging away with these 1.25 inch, but he's used the 1.25 inch for so long, he's very familiar with that. So I think that's part of the reason why, again, he has stayed right where he's at. As far as with his build. Okay. Some of that resin. I'm just taking a stainless steel brush. Number one, it does give it a brush finish, but it also takes any of that excess as far as on the flux off of that. All right. Cleaner. Wipe the back side of that off. Okay. Let that dry. And we will get our adhesive. Get my hands on it. Come on. There we go. Well, again, that's one of the things I'm trying to figure out is what's going to be the best and most fair. Um, I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and have everybody go on to the Facebook page, and what you'll do is go ahead and put your name in there and your call sign. You know, if you got a number, you know, if you got a number, you can use a number. If you use a uh, handle, you know, put your handle in there, and then I'll go ahead and start entering it into the system. I've got a laptop we'll go ahead and use, and I'll try to download one of those free apps that will let me put the names and everything in there. So after I finish tonight, I'll go ahead and set up a page on you or on my Facebook page, and then we can go back and visit that, because I will turn comments off at a certain time tomorrow evening so that I've got time to actually enter them in, and we can hopefully get it drawn tomorrow. That's probably going to be the game plan. Like I said, unless somebody's got a better method, I'm always up for better methods. Okay. That ain't going nowhere. I can't remember either, to be honest with you. I mean, I could go back and look on the YouTube videos, but yeah, I can't remember. I know that I used I think a number generator one year. Another one we did I think we did names. You know, like I said, I can't remember all the different variations. One of the things that I wanted to actually do this year, and you know, we still may go ahead and do that, but you know, if you guys know of anybody that actually is in need, that you know, lost their equipment this year or something like that, you know, I'd like to do something special for those people as well. So, you know, it's just food for thought, guys. You know, if you know somebody that you know, fallen on hard times and they don't have a radio, you know, due to the tragedy, because I know we've had, you know, several different things that have happened as far as with uh, tornadoes and with I'm trying to think here what all the differences was, because man, we've had all kinds of different things that have just made for kind of a crappy year. I hate to say it, I don't know of any other way. I mean, it's just been kind of crappy, you know, especially for the people on the West Coast, or not West Coast. Oh, hurricanes and stuff down the Gulf. But the coastline, I guess, is probably a better way to say it. Carlos Spicy Wiener. You just ain't right, son. You wouldn't be 3, but you just ain't right. Just wouldn't be right. Yeah, I've got some acknowledgments that I'm going to do tomorrow as well, since I've got a couple of Christmas cards from people and what have you. So I'll probably wind up doing, like I said, some acknowledgments here tomorrow. It's just like I said, it's been a very, very busy year. It's been a very busy last couple of weeks. That one's laying in there. Here we go. Come on, baby. Come on. There we go. Okay. Well, I got a message about that, so we'll go back and visit that here a little later on. But I did get some information that somebody sent me in retrospect to the build off. So, yeah, I made sure that I added just a little extra because I wasn't for sure. I don't use the 1-inch transformers very often, not in a 4-pill configuration. Down in place. Just a little more. Okay. this one down. One step closer. All righty. This up here just a little bit more. Come on. There you go. Okay. Just like that back there for now. See, Art, if you're getting out of there, buddy. I didn't even notice you were getting out of there. Let's see. All right, Art. Have a good one, bub. We'll catch you in a little while. Next day or two, anyways. Okay. Get our safety diode put in here. That's one of the next steps I'm going to do, and then we'll put our blocking caps on the DC side. There we go. Yeah, this is actually a very important step right here. And if anybody has ever had a piece of equipment that they've ever accidentally hooked up backwards, which we know we'd never, ever, ever do that. In theory, these are supposed to give their life and save the transistors, essentially creating a reverse flow that'll allow your fuse, provided you've got a fuse in line, to go ahead and blow before the transistors actually get damaged. And they actually serve a secondary too. And I'm not sure exactly how to word it, but essentially it helps with the fluxing, because whenever you load up a circuit Oftentimes you also create a magnetic field. Well, essentially this gives it a way for it to go ahead and be absorbed and be dispersed without actually getting into the circuit as well. So that's the second reason why it's kind of important to put that in there. Granted, I know a lot of people don't, but that's part of the reason why I do. Okay. There's that part. All right. Now let me see. I know we've got. I know I need to pull some more wire. Let's see what I've got as far as color wise, because I may go ahead and put green here for the power, and then use yellow up front. And we've got kind of an offset mix. So let me see here. Green, green, green. Do I have any that's heavy enough? Yes, I do. Let's see. Pull that out since we're using that. Well, I didn't intend on dropping those. There's that. Got one thing here real quick. Just thought of something kind of funny. This isn't just any green wire. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Maybe. Anyways, there's a real fine yellow stripe that follows that right up. Definitely some good colors to use, I guess. Okay, one down, one to go. Close enough. Now, look at right about there. Worst case scenario, I just have to rewrap them. Okay. In with the snip. So I was talking to my neighbor earlier today, and it's just kind of weird. I haven't seen a fence in almost 40 years. And the neighbor, he's putting up a privacy fence, which he just bought the place and wants a place for his dogs to run and what have you. So it just seems weird, right there where I haven't seen any kind of a structure basically. So it's just kind of weird to see that right there on the property line. Definitely a little different. Transform out there. I'm stuck in place. We'll go back and visit them with a little more solder. We just need to get them tacked in place and bring them down. Just like that. We just got to copy the other side. Like I said, it just seems weird working with 1-inch transformers on this. But I've built a few of the HG boxes too. Been really impressed with those. Righty. Let's see here. I ordered some of these too the other day. See what I think of them. So far from what I've seen, I'm pleased with them anyways. But I don't know how many other people have really had issues looking for 0.01s, or excuse me, 0.1 disc capacitors, but I wound up going the other day and I was looking and looking and looking, and I finally come across something that I liked. And these are rated for 250 volts. You know, they've got short legs, which granted we're going to cut them off anyways. But anyways, they've got these that are made by Panasonic, you know, rated for 250 volts. They've got enough physical girth, and essentially they're the same thing as a disc capacitor. Come on, camera. Anyways, but anyways, you know, they are made by Panasonic. They're not too terribly outrageous in price as far as if you buy, like I did here recently. I bought 500 of them. But they're great for, you know, what we're doing right here as far as for your DC here. They also seem to be working really good as far as on your feedback circuits as well. So again, it was one of those where I'm trying to find better products and products that well, that are available. You know, we've had so many things go on here this last year or so. It's been harder and harder to come up with good quality products. You know I'm not the only person that's had the same issue. I know I've had a talk with 3. You know, that's just like here the other day. Let's see here. You know, metal clads. Basically the nectar of the gods, if you will. It's a very key component in what we do every day. So those have been incredibly hard to get a hold of here lately. So I've been very fortunate just to be able to come across with what I did. I know Charger has had his hands full just trying to even keep stock, you know, for all the different builders and stuff. You know, just crazy. I don't know how else to say it. It's just maddening. You know, everybody's looking for the next project to be built, and you know, again, just trying to find stuff that we can get. I know they've had a lot of issues with everything that's being made overseas, and then actually getting them over here. You know, that's been a fiasco, to say the least. I know I'm not the only one that's been burdened by that. And that's the reason why a few people have tried moving over to, you know, different types of parts and what have you. I mean, it's not just about finding the parts, but also finding something that's quality. You know, since Panasonic has actually been known for quality in the past, when we're talking about different capacitors and what have you, that's the reason why I went ahead and bid on these. Speaking of which, reminds me, 3 Made, you still in there, big guy? I don't know if you are or not. You know, if he is, he'll pop in here in just a minute. Go. Solder there. Burn him. Okay. Well, good evening. Where have you been, Josh? Yeah, I hollered for 3 just a minute ago, but he never did. He never did reply to me. I was hoping to get him pop in there real quick. Shout at him, but oh well. Oh, you are okay. Well, anyways, as part of your Christmas, I know there again you've had a lot of problems trying to find .01s, and you've been looking for better products. I got a bag of 100 because, like I said, I bought 500 of them. I'm gonna send you a bag of these. If you like them, let me know, and I'll get with you as far as where to order them. Good evening, Cornbread. And Mr. DD. All right, here. Chokes put in here real quick. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And one of the things that I was talking about as far as on Facebook, for those of you that are part of my Facebook group as well, this is actually going to be not just any, it's not going to be a Class C box. It's actually going to be biased for sideband use. So that's one of the niceties in relationship to this build. Yeah, speaking of that, I need to still get my beams taken care of. I've got some other stuff that I ordered here. Can't remember if it was before or after Thanksgiving, and I was actually kind of hoping I would have seen it today, because I know it's been over a week anyways. But I was going to try something a little different. Since I've got that hazer now, I can play around a little bit, try a couple of different things out and see what I think, and kind of go from there. Go. We'll worry about making them real pretty here after a bit. But since we've got green and yellow, I figured we'll just do the same thing, just in a reverse, as far as for our chokes. Yeah, actually, it does. That was one of the things. I know that's part of the reason why people try to offset them and set them above the transformers. Um, what a lot of people don't realize that if you actually set them down on the actual board themselves, you've got the copper from the board itself that is literally going to wick the heat away from it. For number one, if you set them up front, you don't have to worry about cavitated area that's basically dead spot, because essentially whenever you force fanned, use a fan to force air into the amplifier and then down through the channels that you got here in the front. There's actually dead spots, and I've seen people place them back there, which is great. It's out of the way. However, they don't get as much cooling as they do up here. Plus, now granted, you've got your phenolic as well, but it still actually goes ahead and soaks through and is dissipated here. You've got your air that's also blowing across them. So, you've got a multiple different setup in relationship to that. Well, good evening, Mr. Black. It has been forever and a day, big guy. Haven't heard from you for quite some time. Didn't know if you fell off the world, or what happened to you. You haven't popped in on one of my videos in a while. Yeah, haven't seen you pop in some time, big guy. Hopefully everything's going good for you on your end. I did see some of the pictures that you sent here a while back in relationship to your driveway. That's definitely going to be cool. What you got going on there? Yeah, I thought it looked pretty good. Yeah, I'd like to just have where I park, either paved or concreted. That's gonna be a while down the road. That's kind of a costly endeavor in relationship to that. Get some stuff here out of my way. There we go. Well, I can get to one of my other drawers that I need. That laid out normal before yet. Hey, you got to remember, Mr. Black, he's not been up to himself. He ain't been feeling too good. Okay. Oh, good God. You really have fell down and hit your head 3. You have fell down and hit your head. Big as all get out. All right. Yeah, when I bought these, I actually asked not to have this one capacitor put on there so I could put mine in there. The only reason why is I use a little more capacitance than most. So I just asked for them to go ahead and just leave it off of there. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. They'll definitely have to make some good money on that job. Yeah, definitely no doubt about that. You know, when you got to solder the little wires on it, though, it actually isn't much faster than the way I've been doing it. Okay, so get that taken care of. That's done. Okay, I'm going to wait on that part as far as installing that and trimming it to size. All right, so grab a couple of resistors for the biasing. Silicon 5. Building a bridge. Oh boy. All I can think is you two have had to have hit your head. Or you've been around, either that or you've been around 3 too long, Charles. That's always a possibility too, you know. You definitely fell down, both of you, and hit your head. Well, that's a good question. How's 3 posting videos? Guess he's doing, I know he was doing the uploads and all that stuff, which I've done that in the past, and I don't mind doing it, but it's actually faster with everything that's going on for me. It's actually faster for me to go ahead and do just what I'm doing here, in retrospect to everything. So. I think that's where I want to put it. Yeah, it's always worth a try. Always is. Okay. Now, what I'm actually doing here is I'm actually using small, this is a very, very micro thin adhesive. And I'm actually using that just to hold itself in place while I put all the components to it that need to be put. Okay. Now the hard part, peeling that off. Now I've washed my hands 3 or 4 times earlier this evening just trying to get that crazy red paint off my hand. Let's see. Grab a relay. As far as transistor wise, I know he was pushing the PP100s. I'll have to try that next time. Of course, what I should have done was wore a pair of gloves. Okay, let's get that other relay. Okay. And let's grab the other adhesive. All right. I like the way it looked on there. So do it again. You know, before somebody had made mention as far as the offset on the resistors, I was actually going to go ahead and do that over top of those, but just kind of using some of the ideas that you guys throw out there. Just trying to think which way I want to orientate everything. I think what we're going to do is do that right there. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely Gorilla brand. Yeah, I actually needed some more here about a month or so ago, and I come across this and was reading what the poundage was and all that. Yeah, this is. I'll tell you what, I probably won't go back to the 3M except for that ultra thin stuff. I mean, I've still got some 3M tape. I've got this that's 3M, and then I've got a little bit of the stuff that we've been using. I've got a small roll left. A lot of people still like that, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's still good, but I actually like that Gorilla tape just a little bit better. So, and then I went ahead. This is where I was told multiple times, and I have started using it. Kapton tape. So, I've got this as far as for some of the different capacitors, as far as sealing it. So, just playing around with it. I wish I would have got the stuff that was a little bit wider than this. I actually thought I did whenever I ordered it, but I bought a small roll and thought, well, I'll give it a shot. I'll see what I think of it versus the other methods that I've been using, and kind of go from there. So you're going to start seeing some of this as far as on some of the builds that I've got coming up. I know I'm fussing probably too much. All right. So we need to go ahead and make those set in place. Let's get a couple of those. And we're going to use a couple of these. And what these actually are, they're glass capacitors. They're actually very hard to find. I come across some here a while back and actually bought those, and then I bought, because of different sizes and what have you, these as well. I actually forgot I had them. But that's one of the things that I used to like using a lot back on the olden days of biasing. And then I've just got, like I said, quite a few of these that Texas Star actually used to use. I don't know if they still do today or not in relationship to the capacitors. Haven't messed with the Texas Star for so long, I really don't know if they're still using those or not. Bree, I know you've done a lot here lately with Texas Star. Is that something that you've seen as far as on any of the new ones? I don't know if you've just been rebuilding the ones that have been around for a while, or if you've been repairing any of the new ones that they've come out with here in the last 6 months to a year. Keep forgetting I don't have to step to the other side of the room. Alrighty. And let's get some capacitance on that. One down, one to go. Well, one of the rules is one of the rules will probably be the same as it's always been. One entry per person. You will have to be a member of my Facebook page. So if you're not already a member on my Facebook page, now I stopped last year because of where I had so many people try to join the group right out of the gate and try to get in on the free giveaway. And they hadn't been part of the group prior to that. To me, in all fairness, it was actually best, I thought, for me to go ahead and not include them to the group until after the drawing. And it wasn't to be mean or cruel or anything like that, but for those of you that have actually been here, with me for the entirety of it, I wanted to go ahead and make sure that the people that have been, in there for 6 months or a year or what have you, they had more of an opportunity to win than, just the normal person. So, I'll actually put together a list up front as far as on the page. Whenever I finish up here tonight, I'll go ahead and I'll create a listing for the giveaway. And then, like I said, I've got to figure out, and I'm still trying to think if I want to do guessing a number or using a call sign or something. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out something that's going to be fairly easy. Come on, focus, stupid camera. There we go. But again, I'm trying to think, trying to make sure that I do it as fair as I can. One of the other things too is I'm actually going to go ahead and I've been thinking about it and pondering it all this week, or ever since we went ahead and announced that we're going to do our Christmas giveaway, since it's getting that time of the year. Something that I've been doing now for 4 or 5 years as far as on that. But with the giveaway, I'm actually going to go ahead and do 2 giveaways. Now, the other one, it may take me a little bit longer to get to because I still have stuff that I need to get out for customers. If I can some way work it in before Christmas, I'm going to try to get it worked in. But I am going to go ahead and take, since the amp was the first thing that had the most, had the most votes for. The second thing, obviously, was the radio. So the radio, what I would like to do with it is I'm going to go ahead and build it, and we'll go ahead and do a live feed as well. I'll go ahead and build the radio. However, what I would like, and that's going to be how you're going to get into this drawing here. If you know of somebody who is in desperate need, I don't care if it's multiple people that, are on that. If you know of somebody that legitimately has lost their equipment due to, fire, rain, snow, hurricane, and they're basically rebuilding from scratch, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So, I would like to go ahead and have as many people put in for, like I said, I know that we're kind of thin, but if you know somebody that really and truly needs it, I would like to go ahead and give that away as well. So, like I said, this one here is going to be, anything goes. The radio, like I said, I'd like for it to go to somebody that is in actual need. So, bear that in mind whenever you're watching this video here, and I'll also put that in there on that. So I'm going to basically do two different drawings, one for the amplifier and one for the radio. I'm right there on the fence on that one. Because as bad as it is, no, it is, but it ain't. Does that make sense? Unfortunately, I have been there with you on that. I know what the pain is. Yeah. Well, I know you joke and jest, but at the same time, it's also, kind of funny as well. But, even if you would, for those that are watching this evening, if you know somebody that really and truly does need it, like I said, send me a message, either via the, either right here on YouTube. You can send it in the comments there. If you have my personal info, you can also text me as far as for somebody that is in need. Because like I said, that's what this one's going to be for, is, for somebody that's in need. I have been there before as far as where, I've had to use the angel tree many, many years ago myself, just because of hard times. So, like I said, that's kind of what I want to do here, is allow somebody the privilege to put their name in a hat. And like I said, I'll go ahead and list that. So hopefully, like I said, and they don't even have to actually be a member of my group, but they do have to be in the radio communications. That is definitely, definitely a plus or a must. But like I said, that's kind of where I want to go at with that this year. Let's get a piece of solder here. But like I said, if anybody knows of anybody, preferably if they are in the group, like I said, you can contact me any in any format that you want. Like I said, I'll even keep your names anonymous as far as that goes. Hopefully if I've got at least a name, at least a name that has happened multiple times or comes up, I'll figure out which way is gonna work for that. Like I said, I don't have all the bugs worked out. I wish I did. Otherwise, we would all know. But again, like I said, I want to try to go ahead and do, give back and do something, nice for somebody. So, all right, let's see, how much coax do we need to go to the front? Approximate. Unfortunately, the roll's on the other side of the room. I haven't got it brought over here yet, and it's on the big rack. So, okay, bear with me. Thank you. Like I said, I'm not doing it, to showboat or anything like that. It's just, like I said, I've been there, you know. Like I said, I've had people do some, incredibly nice things for me that, like I said, I have been in, hard times myself. I know everybody has got hard times here and there and what have you, but, it's one of those where essentially you pay it forward. I know that there's a couple out there that, have done the same thing. Not mentioning any names or anything like that, but some of them have helped me out, and they didn't have to. Even within just the last few years. So, again, like I said, I'm trying to give back. For all the blessings that I've gotten. Go. All righty. Let's see. Apparently I missed something here. Three wraps. Don't think you are. Yeah, like I said, now that I do know that that is very true. There are other people. Some of them are a little more anonymous in the group, or groups, I should say. Um, just because you don't see it, I mean, it is something that doesn't happen, and it's very rare as far as with the people that are out there today. But again, I do know, so I do know for a fact that there are a few that have actually helped. One of the times that I desperately needed help, and this has been many years ago. Granted, I've had some that's not been as long ago. One where I seen what I call my first pay it forward, as far as in this community, as far as referring to the radio community. I was given 18 months to live. Was diagnosed with cancer. Was unable to work for almost an entire year. Matter of fact, I think I met you just shortly after I had, actually started getting my marbles back from the chemo. So typically I use 104s on the feedbacks along with the 100 ohm. There's multiple different variations that you can go with on that, but I'll get back to that in just a second. But no, like I said, that was one of those situations where, like I said, not a lot of money coming in, was unable to really work at that time. And, I would have people bring over a radio that they knew really and truly needed nothing, other than maybe a light bulb put in it. Had one elderly gentleman brought me over his Cobra 2000. I still remember this one to the day, which, I mean, he's passed on now. But he brought me over Cobra 2000. I charged him $10 to put 2 lights in it. Granted, it took me all day because I was still, going through treatments and stuff. Called him up, let him know his radio was done, and he handed me $200. I just about lost it over that, because I mean, I didn't know where I was going to come up with the money to pay the electric bill that month, or let alone buy the food. So, like I said, I just went through all that, plus a divorce over, in the midst of all this. So, like I said, I mean, it was a very, very trying time at that point. And people here in the radio community actually, chipped in and did what they could. Since then, like I said, I've had, a couple other points where, things have been tough, where, trying to raise my daughter on my own, working out of the shop. And there's not as much money in this as what people think. There is a lot of price gouging, I think, that goes on. But, that's going to be anywhere you go, I guess. But like I said, I've had at least one or two other individuals that, again, wanting to be, synonymous in what they've done. And, I definitely want to applaud those people, and, this is kind of my way to show them, my appreciation as well, for those that are, still among the living currently. And there's times where I still have problems as far as with speech as a therapy. The chemotherapy was, I said, very, very, very hard on me. So again, it's one of those where I try to, I've been trying to do everything I can to, keep things moving forward, so that we actually have people that, will continue. I mean, to me, that's very important. Sometimes you may not even know that somebody needs something, because they just won't, they don't like to ask. For those that have helped me out over the course of time and history, within this game, like I said, I am very thankful, and that's something that I think they would also appreciate, is just to know that, they have, they've made a difference, not just a one person difference, and that's how you do it, is you continue to take things forward. But anyways, enough on that. I'll get off my soapbox. We have an amp to build. Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces about that, Mr. Black. I don't know if you've got any approximate times, and I know where you've had a recent move here in the past, last year, I guess, within the last year or so. So you're probably just now getting to the point where you're getting things set up the way you want. I know that was one of the difficult points that you were fighting here a couple of years ago, was, just the area in which you were in, and, what you had to do and take care of. I mean, you had other priorities at that time. So, now you get to work on you, so to speak. Piece of solder. Well, I know we got one gentleman that's in there from, I don't know if you're still in there, Wayne, but down in the down under. But if I remember right, I'm not sure, but I think you guys run on, what is it, like 220 or 240 or 277, some kind of odd voltage as far as your power supplies and stuff. Can't remember. I can't remember exactly what the voltage is, because I know Fat Cat had built some power supplies and stuff in order to run different pieces of equipment, and I think I have a solution for that. Depending on what your scenario is. That was one of the things I was wanting to ask you, as far as what what's the common voltage? What's your common voltage that you? Yeah, if I can speak. Yeah. Anyways, what's your house current? I guess It's probably the best way to put it. Well, thank you, 3. Well, but that's how any of us get further ahead in life is, you know, is helping one another. I can remember back in the days when you could actually have, call your neighbor up and say, hey, I'm putting together a garage, or I'm putting up a barn, or this or that. And lo and behold, you'd have 4 or 5 guys show up, and, the only thing they asked was for, either a cooler full of beer afterwards, or, a sandwich or something. All right, Wayne, you take care, buddy. Like I said, if you would, comment and let me know what your normal voltage is as far as going into the house. Like I said, I know that's been a couple of questions that I've had asking as far as on power supplies, and I'll look and see if there's something that I can build with that's suitable for your needs. Yes, that's exactly who he is. I didn't try to make it. I didn't try to make the get together about just me. I wanted to include other people as far as within our community. And I'm very grateful. I've actually had a couple of good comments about that. Again, that's just not something that you're going to see on an everyday basis. Considering what we had going on as far as with this COVID and everything, that's the reason why I haven't really got into it a whole lot as of yet. As far as on the gathering, but I would like to do another one, coming up soon. But I need to know how things are going to play out as far as with this COVID crap that we're dealing with right now. That's kind of the big thing right now, but everybody doesn't know is which way to go. Because I definitely would like to have more people show, but considering the fact that it's the first time, to have, I think we had somewhere between 35 and 40. I don't think it was quite 40, but we did have several. Some just popped in and out and was gone, but considering the fact that that's the first one and it was on such a short notice, because it was only about a 30-day window. Granted, I had to put a lot of stuff off to the side, and I'm grateful for those that had sacrificed a little time on them getting their stuff to allow me to go ahead and build a couple of different pieces. Everything that I built, although I didn't sell anything at the show, I had a few things there for sale, but I've recently sold the 4-pill HG amplifier. That's sold. The 2-pill actually just went by Tuesday. And then the power supply, that one I actually built that one with two different things in mind. If somebody bought it, great. If not, it was already pre-built and ready to go for another gentleman that was right here. So all 3 pieces, that I built kind of for the sale, because I actually expected to at least sell one. But everything actually fell into place, which really helps out. So that means I'm able to take that money instead of it sitting here. Now it goes out, or we'll go back into different supplies that I don't have. I'm right there at that point where I've got Christmas that I'm dealing with right now, and then I've got oh Lord, other stuff. John, I know I've just done your 6-pill and your 955. If you would tomorrow, please send me a reminder that I have to make your jumper. That way I can go ahead and get you your jumper made up, and that way I know I don't forget you, as far as, because I'd like to make sure that you get taken care of, so I can get that off to you yet this week before things get totally insane. I have saved several large boxes, and I will look at a couple different things. Chances are we're going to do probably at least two boxes. I've got a couple different boxes. I've just got to see what things are going to hit as before I go ahead and start putting your stuff together. Where I can figure out the shipping. Coax jumper, yeah, that'll fit in anything. That I don't even have to worry about FedEx, UPS, or USPS, like in the case of going to Mississippi. I posted and I sent something to Charles here a while back, because with him, sadly, there is somebody, and it doesn't have to be, it doesn't matter if it's Christmas time, and he knows where I'm getting ready to go at with this. For whatever reason, there's somebody that they care absolutely nothing about packaging. So everything that gets sent to Charles, I have to gorilla proof. Just short of buying those hard plastic cases that you keep your guns and whatever else in, the hermetically sealed containers. I'm almost to the point where if I ship him anything for whatever reason, buying one of those and using that for a shipping container. I know he's going to get a laugh out of it, but at the same time, he kind of gets it. I don't know how. $4.76. Yeah. I don't know how the last couple of things, with the exception of whenever he drove up here and actually just had it done while he waited. I don't know how his stuff actually still worked afterwards. Pristine boxes. I guess it does say something about my packing skills, at least, except for one that looked like somebody ran a sword through the damn box. And it's, he had to actually ask me, well, how did that even happen? I mean, that's still a question we don't know, is how the hell did it happen? How the hell did it not get broke? Somehow or another, sent him a brand new radio, and it packed good, really good. Well, here's the thing. We got it. Like I said, it looked like somebody shoved a sword or a knife all the way through the box, somehow missed, I don't know how, but missed hitting the face of the radio because they went right in between two knobs. And it's like, oh my God, how? I mean, that's the reason for insurance for sure, but I still cannot comprehend how in the hell they're doing that stuff. I mean, it's insane. I mean, I don't know how far down the food chain that it goes, for shipping things to Mississippi, but like I said, it's crazy. Did another piece for another guy down there. He didn't say, I didn't hear anything in regards to that as far as with how USPS handled his stuff by the time it got to him. So I think he's far enough away from Charles that he came out unscathed. Another place that's kind of bad, and that I kind of understand, but I have to go to almost a whole new level of packing again. Which is Hawaii. So if I ship any of the guys down there in Hawaii anything, they've got gorillas that are somewhere between point A and point B, and it's like, what's going on? Yeah, well, I mean, oh, okay. But yeah, like I said, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm actually surprised. You must have that box as one of those that, it's like the Holy Grail. Oh, it made it through this. Like I said, just insane. Absolutely insane. All right, now let's get some wire here going on for this. All right. Well, I don't have any small green, so I guess we'll stay with yellow. Yeah, I remember that. I'll have to let everybody see that one, I guess. Yeah, like I said, that one's kind of interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is you're looking at 6 to 8 months. I mean, I've talked to Luke, and he has told me some of the horror stories for some of these guys too, and it's just absolutely asinine. I thought I already hit that. Yes, I didn't. Oh, that's because you commented it twice. Okay. I see, said the blind man. Talking about Christmas stories, though, and people in need. Um, I remember one particular year, and it was it was a two pill 1446 box, and a gentleman put in for it, and he was absolutely ecstatically happy to get it, and of course I was happy to give it to him, but it's just ironic because it was one of those situations where kind of went through one of those kind of big with a big D if I remember right, and his amplifier blew up and all he had was just barefoot radio. Um, didn't have the money at that time to purchase a amplifier, and then when he heard that he had won, he was really in shock. Uh, he just ecstatic that I called him up and said, hey, I need your address. You won XYZ, and we got to talking, and we spent I want to say 30 minutes or so, just conversating back and forth about the whole thing. Like I said, just one of those where it makes you feel good whenever it's given in such a way where somebody really and truly needs it. Now, if I was in a situation where I could give more, every year, I would, but, and I do other things as well from time to time myself, just because they're not exploited, kind of like the Christmas giveaway. Mm-hmm. Who's not reading your comments? Let's see here. I got to get caught up, guys. Yeah, that's because you came and picked it up. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, Lord. I don't know what I'm going to do with some of you guys. Some of the things you come up with. Now, Josh, are you still over in Washington State, I believe? Yep. Okay. Well, I know that you're ecstatic over finally, you know, getting years and years and years of pain and anguish on the other situation, getting that taken care of. I know that was a blessing in disguise. Come on, lay down in there. There we go. That'll work for that. What do you got here? Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I know, the situation. I mean, back whenever you lived here in Indiana, um, as far as everything that was going on, and unfortunately, I've seen some of your pain that, you were having to deal with. And, again, I still commend you for everything that you did do because of, the children. That is not easily done. By no means.